Day 8 of Silent Hill F. Working towards ending number 4, where we need to not take any pills, which we've already done on up to the point where that really matters. We still won't use any throughout the entire playthrough. We also need to purify the sword, and I need to give up the fox brooch. Not asking for exact details, don't want to know them, but is there another ending after UFO, like a true ending type thing? As far as I know, there are only 5 endings, including, so you have your new game ending, and then new game 2, new game 3, new game 4, and then UFO. And you don't have to necessarily do them in that order. It's just kind of the order that I've chosen to do, but yeah, that's as far as I'm aware, all the endings. Unless somebody discovers some crazy hidden super secret ending that nobody knows about as of right now. Which, you know, is always possible. There's a lot of game secrets and things like that in a lot of games that go undiscovered for sometimes years before people know that there was something. It's rare that that happens these days because it's so much more prominent for people to just look at everything. They just completely decompile a game after it releases, look at all the assets, and kind of see everything that's in it. Yeah, everything gets data mined as soon as a game comes out. So it's really, really rare for there to be something major hidden that way. How majestic. Full of dried carcasses. My settings change or something? No? Game's a little stuttery. What do you think is different? The frame rate's just a little stuttery running around this area. And usually it's not. Usually it's running pretty smoothly. No, it's not like a VSync thing. It is straight up like frame drops. Like... my frame rate is noticeably dropping from 60 to less than that. Getting a little bit of the classic UE5 stutter. There was a Windows update, and a lot of times that can fuck stuff up, so... might just be newest Windows update. The last several Windows updates have done 0 things that have actually improved my experience with the operating system, and actively broken multiple games that I play. Like Silent Hill 4 on Good Old Games is really fucked right now because of Windows updates from a little while back. And now this game's kind of stuttery. I don't know what's going on. Hey, what's up, Ray? Probably addressed this several times already, but has your opinion improved on the game after doing New Game Plus? I mean, it definitely has somewhat. But there's still a lot of the core things that I dislike about the tone. The tone of the game is not very consistent. The combat and action aspects of the game, I think, are not polished enough for how much action and combat is in the game. A lot of the stuff that is locked behind New Game Plus, I feel like should have been available on New Game. Even though it is stuff that I do like, a lot of it easily could have been on New Game. And I think would have made a lot more players happy, or at least satisfied with the story as it's presented on a first playthrough, enough to where more people would actually want to do New Game Plus to learn more. Because that's a big problem in the community, like with fans playing this game. They play it the first time, they're frustrated by it, and they don't want to do it. They don't want to play it a second time or a third time, let alone 4 times or 5 times to, like, get absolutely everything. But yeah, a lot of the things that I kind of disliked with my first playthrough are still complaints that I have now with New Game Plus. I basically, from New Game Plus, I've gotten some more satisfying endings, which has been a big plus, and I've gotten more context from the new notes for Hinako and her friends, and Otoyuki, like all these characters. So having that extra context and everything is nice for fleshing out the story. But it's not enough for this game to suddenly be like a 10 out of 10 for me. It is still very much a flawed game. Not a bad game. Not a bad game. But a flawed game with a lot of enjoyable elements. It's the new Silent Hill 4. You know, I started off feeling like it's the new Silent Hill 4 because that's almost exactly how I feel about Silent Hill 4, where I love the story and the art and everything about it except the gameplay. The gameplay for Silent Hill 4, especially the second half, not very good. And this game is very similar in that regard. But I think I have more fun with it. Instead of trying to play it and think of it like it's Silent Hill 4, I'm trying to play it and think of it like it's Silent Hill the arcade game. Because Silent Hill the arcade game is a very drastically different genre of game. It's an on-rail light gun shooter that still uses some interesting little connections to pre-established Silent Hill lore. It partially takes place in the town. It is entirely around the Little Baroness, which was like one little note in Silent Hill 2 that they expanded into a full-on story for the arcade game. So it's like, it's hard to take it seriously, but you can appreciate if you like light gun shooters. It's a fun light gun shooter, and it's got little connections and recognizable things from Silent Hill in it. I'm kind of leaning more towards thinking of this game in that light. Like, it's its own thing. It's a horror action game. It's Bloodborne, but Silent Hill flavored. And it's good for what it is. It's a fun spin-off type thing. The ASMR portion of the game, except it's already solved from my previous playthrough. But I do want to check here to make sure this is not where I purify the sword, because I figured it's either going to be here or it's going to be at the shrine in the fog world near Shu's house. Shit. Does picking this up mess up this ending for me? Hopefully not. I think it's fine. As long as I purify the sword and give up the brooch, I don't think it matters if I have this or not. My Aglophatus. This is 100% Aglophatus, by the way. Oh my god, I have so many updated things. Oh, right, because I haven't been checking the journal for puzzles, because we've already done every puzzle difficulty now. Oh, we did get an entry for the fox that I never looked at. Or Inari-sama, a large fox monster. This was the ending number 3 boss. Ferocious and agile. On top of all that, he can even summon his underlings to the fray. His beautiful coat, however, is covered with putrid festers. The 7 lavish tails symbolize his youth and divinity. You got Silent Hill Arcade on your PC? Same. If you go through my YouTube stuff, I've done story playthroughs of it and showed off the endings, and I also speedrun it, because I do speedruns for all the games in the series. The only stuff I don't speedrun is Silent Hill 2 Remake and this. And eventually I'll learn these. But okay. Nothing... Since I don't have the sword with me, it makes sense that I wouldn't be able to purify it here. It's going to be when I get to it in the fog world, next to Shu's house. Which will be after this section, I think. It's got moments that I do enjoy, and there are scenes where I absolutely feel the Silent Hill energy. Oh yeah, absolutely. The whole first half of this game, everything up until the fox arm, pretty much, and the bits and pieces of the second half of the game, like the Shimizu house, like when this game actually is trying to do the Silent Hill environment and gameplay with like the puzzles and everything else being, you know, not just throwing monster after monster at you and giving you some room to breathe, look at the atmosphere, take in the puzzles, enjoy the environments, enjoy the atmospheric music. Those moments in this game are very, very good. But also, I can activate my bestial form and swing around my 20-foot-long monster fox arm. And those are the moments where it just kind of stops being a Silent Hill game for me. Like, I've already read all the comments. Everybody, like, it's supposed to be that way. It's symbolic. And I mean, you sound exactly like the fans defending the bad combat in, like, Silent Hill 1. All the way back in 1999, being like, he's just a regular guy. That's why he can't fight very well. You're trying to justify the gameplay to the character. The same way a lot of people are like, you're supposed to feel weird with this because Hinako is feeling weird about getting married off and doesn't want to be an adult, and she doesn't want to be part of the Fox clan through this marriage, so you as the player have to deal with this stuff that she also doesn't like. You're supposed to not like it because it's... I don't buy that. I don't buy that. I'm sorry. That's your interpretation. If you feel that way and it justifies it for you in your mind, feel free to think of it that way. I don't buy it. I don't buy it for specifically one thing. Everything else in this game is entirely built around Hinako feeling her strongest when she is herself, maintaining her identity, maintaining who she believes she is, rather than conforming to her family and society and everything else. And if Hinako, as herself, fighting for her own existence, her own identity, is the weak Hinako, and the strong Hinako is the one who gives in and is subservient, which is Foxarm Hinako, how does that make any sort of symbolic sense? That the adult Hinako, who is bending over to be subservient to her husband and giving in to what society demands of her, what her father expects of her, is the super crazy strong Foxarm, can fight anything. Nothing scares me when I am the werefox. Like, that destroys any of that symbolism for me. I think that the developers thought they were putting in something that was crazy and cool, and I know they wanted to do something different. But to justify the Foxarm stuff is like, the player is supposed to feel weird and feel bad about it because Hinako feels weird and feels bad about getting married and becoming an adult and blah, blah, blah. Like, I said, if that works for you in your mind, go for it. It's not enough for me. It's not enough to justify the gameplay for me. Don't think they made the combat deliberately bad in Silent Hill 1 to enhance the horror or anything. No, I definitely don't. There is something to be said for being limited and overwhelmed by the sheer volume of enemies relative to the available space you have. No, those, like that aspect, being overwhelmed by enemies that are legitimately threatening to you, is an important part of horror in games like these. Being trapped in a little tiny arena where your goal pops up in the top left of the screen telling you to destroy all the enemies with your crazy fox arm powers so that you can progress to the next point where you're locked into a little arena and it pops up and it says you kill all the enemies to proceed, and like, come on, like, that sucks. That sucks. However you want to justify it in your mind is fine. For me, that kills the pacing of the game. It kills the tone of the game. It ruins a lot of aspects of Hinako's character in terms of feeling strong or feeling vulnerable. That's what I mean when I say the tone is inconsistent. Cool ideas, cool concepts, but they don't mesh with the gameplay. Devarin, thank you so much for the 47 months. Welcome back. Yeah, people mentioning the talking while boss fights happen. I'm not a huge fan of that either. I kind of wish it was handled like the Eddie fight in Silent Hill 2. I feel like the Eddie fight in Silent Hill 2 Remake actually handled that kind of thing pretty well. Where, as your boss changes phases, you get little moments in between where they can talk and where you can get some dialogue in between the characters. But not, like, actively while you're trying to fight. Oh, I do have Higashi. Why do you think Rinko helped Hinako with homework and school and stuff? Because I think they were legitimately friends. That's one of the bits of context from all the extra notes that we've been getting from the New Game Plus playthroughs. Their friend group wasn't strictly purely toxic. And I'm starting to wonder if a lot of the more negative aspects of those characters are even real, or if that is like ideas that were put in Hinako's head about them by Kotoyuki or Inari-sama to try to make her let go of them more. Yeah, it could be her trying to justify letting go of them to herself. So she plays it up to be a much bigger part of their characters. All those negative aspects, so that she has an easier time letting go of them. It's either something like that, but I think in reality, their friend group was actually a bunch of good friends, at least at some point in their history. Especially middle school and stuff like that, whenever Rinko would have been helping Hinako with like schoolwork and stuff. Which ending have you liked the most so far? Ending 3. Ending 3 has been the most interesting one for me so far. It is a very Silent Hill ending to, like, fight a giant god. And, interesting seeing Hinako make the choice to, like, run off with Shu. And then bad shit immediately starts to happen because she's not sort of going along with the god's wishes, their plan anymore. That's been the most interesting one so far, because it at least is... It's a little bit more respectful of all the lore that you find in the notes about the town and the history and the gods.
Hinako, もう十分。殺すか殺されるか決めた？姉ちゃん。殺されなさい、ひなこ。どうしてみんなそうなの？みんな殺してるの？お姉ちゃんも殺したの？
Anything found that could be useful for speedrunning? I got launched into the air and skipped one of the little forced fight sections when you're returning to the Shimizu house. with the fog, or the fox arm in the fog world, where you examine the dolls and you have to fight things. I got launched into the air and then managed to dodge and get back down onto the ground out of the arena barrier. So if that could be set up with other enemies, or if it could be set up more quickly, that could potentially lead to ways to skip some of the forced combat in the game, which would be amazing. I am all for combat skips.
お姉ちゃん
Hey, what's up, Grove? You finally got 5 out of 5 endings? Next run's gonna be Fog, Lost in the Fog combat. Drum boost almost worked for me too, near the end of the game. The drum boost. Off of Drum Chungus. Okay, do a quick look around here. I can't remember if anything changes once you're back to the fog world here, but yeah, I think we're good. Just need to make sure. Purify the sword. Give up the brooch. And the brooch is not until like the very last segment in the town, if I remember correctly. That last Jizo statue. Baseball bat. Might as well replace that. That's about to break. Like that she actually wears it. Yeah, it's cool that it's like part of the outfit. Something you can see that has a gameplay effect with like opening up the boxes. Wish we got that, but patches for Silent Hill, for James and Silent Hill 2 Remake, oh, that would have been great. Like each ending that you get adds another patch onto his jacket until you have all the classic ones. The classic James style jacket with full patches. That would have been cool. Shoutouts to the person in my comments who was like, just destroy all the eggs. Just kill the egg sacs. Someone was very frustrated that I wasn't focusing on killing the egg sacs when I fight the big pregnant bees things.
選択だ。私は前へ進む。
What does killing the egg sacs actually do? Waste time? I mean, the idea, I understand. It's like, okay, it keeps spitting out eggs, and the eggs hatch into more monsters, and then you have more threats that you have to deal with. So it's like, just kill the egg sacs, forehead. The problem is, the majority of the weapons, except for like the kitchen knife and the sickle, are not going to do enough DPS. You're not going to get enough damage per second to always be able to kill the egg sacs, depending on how close they are to actually hatching. And if anything hits you, if the enemy screams, if the enemy does the little AoE ground shake move, if they do the acid spit, if they do anything to hit you while you're trying to target one of the egg sacs, which almost always is going to happen, you're going to get interrupted either by being hit or by having to dodge. And then the egg is just going to hatch anyway. So it makes a lot more sense to me to just focus on killing the big creature laying the eggs and then deal with all the small mobs. But there were, I had a commenter who gave me some feedback. They were like, essentially just telling me I need to get good at the game. And I mean, I get it. I'm not gonna be the best at the combat. I'm not gonna perfect dodge everything and perfectly counter everything. People want to try to help. Correct me if I'm wrong, the egg should have the natural HP of the enemy that it will hatch from it. I don't know exactly. It doesn't seem that way, though. It seems like the eggs, before they hatch, just have like a set amount of HP, regardless of what hatches from it. And the enemies that hatch from eggs seem to be weaker than normal versions of those enemies. Oh, here we go. Purify? Nice. Journal updated. So the sacred sword. Once the sacred sword has been purified, it will no longer provide you with any protection. Likewise, it will no longer repair itself when sheathed. Instead, you'll need to rely on toolkits to restore its durability. Okay, so now it's more of a normal katana. The spirit of the god that was in it, or demon, or the malevolent energy deep within its steel no longer affects it. Oh, cool. It even changes the moveset. Yeah, she's swinging it. So when it was possessed, she would swing it much more like a trained swordsman would. And you could see it, like when you did the heavy attack, there'd be like a shadow that dragged the sword forward. Like she just kind of held onto the hilt. She wasn't like thrusting forward with it. It would drag itself forward, and she just kind of held on behind it. Now that's gone, and the heavy attack is sort of like the pipe overhead. Actually, this looks like it might just be the pipe moveset. Yeah, it is. It just gives it the pipe moveset. Don't see a use for that outside of the ending, unless there's a hidden ability. There might be some hidden attribute to it, but I think it's just for the ending. Like you're purposefully nerfing yourself. Nerfing this weapon anyway. Which is fine. The sword is nice to have and all, but back to axes and hammers, I guess. Give me a sledgehammer and I'll be good to go. And I mean, it still does good damage. And I've still got 4 toolkits and the Otter Omamori so that I can swap out for other things and repair it. So it's fine. They tried to make the axe behave like Silent Hill 4's axe. Makes you impervious in Silent Hill 4. I mean, the heavy weapons like the axe and the sledgehammer in this just have an automatic mechanic where you block with it whenever you try to use focus, instead of letting you move freely while you have focus the way you can with lighter weapons. I don't know if it's necessarily trying to make it like the Silent Hill 4 axe. Charge attack equals impervious. Also, it is not the same level of impervious as Silent Hill 4's axe. That fully charged axe swing is like fucking 8 seconds worth of iframes. It's insane. There's so much to it. Even the fully charged focus attacks and stuff, they are not that good. And again, you're just blocking with it. The Silent Hill F, axe, and sledgehammer, like, it tells you, I think it's in the journal, it tells you, like, with heavy weapons, yeah, heavy weapons like the axe and sledgehammer, defensive stance. So while you use focus, you remain where you are and take a defensive stance. This lets you block attacks, but you're trading taking HP damage for durability on your weapon. So it's not just like free iframes like the Silent Hill 4 axe. You're having to charge it, which takes longer. The axe charge in Silent Hill 4 is also much quicker. That was 100% a Glophatus. Oh yeah, I started talking about that earlier. There's absolutely no question that The Agura no Hote-sama. This. And the red liquid, it is absolutely 100% Aglaophatus. If I can find the note, just to kind of show that, but the name of it is just like, it's essentially a Japanese wordplay on the Japanese pronunciation of the word Aglaophatus. In this one where it talks about Agura. I'm just trying to find one of the notes that has the full thing written out. Agura no Hote-sama. But anyway, Aglaophatus, if you were trying to use Romaji, Roman or English characters, to spell out Aglaophatus in Japanese, or like if you were to spell it out in katakana, it would, Aglaophatus would be Agura Hotesu. So like there is no real F sound in Japanese. A lot of times it gets equated to like an H sound, which is why, and there's no L sound, so a lot of times that gets equated to like an R sound. So instead of Aglaophatus, it would be Aguro Hutisu or Hutesu. And then that is very close to the Japanese Agura no Hote-sama. It's just sort of like a close enough series of Japanese words that is very close to the Japanese phonetic pronunciation of the word Aglaophatus. Like, it's 100% Aglaophatus.
ここは侵食されてない。
Kill the fox.
俺、大人呼んでくるから。
Get the fox.
落ち着いて。怖がってるだけだから。怖くない。怖くないよ。大丈夫？すごい血。早く手当てしないと。
ありがとう。
大丈夫か？子供を噛むなんて許せねえ。ただ殺してやら。
僕は固定機って言います。君は？
私はひなこ。清水ひなこ。
私は覚えてさえいなかったのにな。
Are we supposed to feel bad for Kotoyuki in ending 3? Seems like he actually loved Hinako. I mean, there's all these notes and everything that you find about Inari-sama, you know, keeping its bloodline alive and wedding humans. I don't think we're supposed to feel bad. I think we're supposed to get the idea that, you know, Inari-sama had its reason and its motivation for wanting to marry Hinako and wanted to make it as, like, nice and proper as possible by human standards. Going through the the steps of, like, arranging the marriage with the parents and treating her nice, trying to, you know, treat her well, but it's still not what Hinako wants at the end of the day. It's still against her will. Ooh, who is it that's playing with us like puppets? Inari-sama? One of the other 6 gods that are, like, fighting for Ebi Sugaoka? Jaro Kingu. See, I don't think it would be FI. I don't think it would be he. Listen to the way Dahlia Gillespie pronounces the word aglophatus in Silent Hill 1. When she says aglophatus, I thought I got rid of that. It's much more of an O sound. I think agura ho tesu is a more accurate translation of that word, which is much more in line with Agura no Hote Sama in this game. More divine water. I've already got so much faith. I just need to find Emma. I'm sure there's still some... I mean, there has to be hidden ones that I just haven't gotten. Oh, Fox Box. Just chocolate, though. No Emma. Yeah, Grove Sleeper. I've got a whole Silent Hill 1 iceberg video that I'm working on where I go into Aglophatus in great, great detail. It originally comes from Greek philosopher and physician Dioscorides, who coined the term. It even has the Greek roots, aglos for light, or aglaos for light, and phos for, like, shining. But yeah, it's also used to refer to a specific type of peony, which also fits with the description for Aglophatus that we get in the note in Silent Hill 3. Although, depending on which... There's a few different sort of historical uses of Aglophilus in like occult writings, where it essentially has the opposite effect. There is mentions of it in some writings where it is used to expel demons and ward off demons. And there are writings where it is used as an element in summoning demons. Foreign words in Japan can sound nothing like the origin word sometimes. Doitsu. I'm sure there's a lot more crazy examples, but that's one that always pops into my head. Compared to the way a lot of other countries and languages are referred to in Japanese. Then you have German. Think the health items being sweets and treats is symbolism to Hinako's friends and hanging out? Yeah, of course. The candy store where they got all their snacks was an important place to Hinako, to her friends. It was where they spent a lot of their youth, which is what Hinako is sort of clinging on to. That is definitely an intentional theme. Deutsch is closer to Dutch than German is? You got me there. Got me there. Can we just shake hands and agree that all languages are stupid and have things that don't make sense?
Aibo. もうすぐだ。くそー。
Finished Twin Peaks and starving for more media that's so wonderfully crafted. I mean, there's a whole lot of David Lynch stuff out there to watch. Not The Return yet? Oh, then you still have plenty. If you haven't already seen... If you've only seen, like, OG Twin Peaks, definitely you've still got Fire Walk with Me and Twin Peaks The Return. We've got a lot of good stuff ahead of you. Don't want to kill the OG with DLC? I know what you mean, but trust me, it's really fucking good. As somebody who absolutely loves the original run of Twin Peaks, Fire Walk with Me and The Return are incredible. Recently saw the Blue Velvet scenes that clearly were a direct influence for some Silent Hill 2 scenes. Yeah. It's very obvious once you see it. I definitely recommend watching the movie, like the whole movie in context. Blue Velvet is, again, really, really great. Yeah, Dennis Hopper in one of his absolutely most unhinged roles. He plays such a great, intimidating villain.
街は化け物だらけだ。街に戻ろう。
What's the best horror movie in my opinion? That is like an impossible question. That's similar to asking like what my favorite horror game is. There's so many things in the genre and in various little sub-genres for like surrealist horror and slashers, and there's too much. Wait. I don't have otter. Oh, right, I'm in combat. Think you would like rabbit omamori? I mean, right now, I like the build that I'm using. I just need weapon restoration, durability. Need that otter. Rabbit. Do I even have rabbit? Yeah. Heavy. Oh, the counter after dodging? Nah. I don't consistently land enough perfect dodges. And when I do, I don't always want to counterattack. It's too situational. I want omamoris that I'm like more consistently getting value out of. Not things that are cool for, like, a little situation once in a while. Sledgehammer. Give me that. Your build has easier perfect dodge, Omamori. You're playing a different game than me, Jado Kingu, so I don't want to hear about your build. You're playing no hit, I'm a pro, lost in the fog, nothing hits me. Because if anything hits me, it instant kills me. Like, we get it. Your penis is huge. You don't need to brag. I don't want to hear it. I'm gonna stick to my baby mode auto counters until I start speedrunning the game and doing challenge runs. Take that, Knife Chungus. That still hit? What? The range. I thought I was backing up enough out of range. I'm just trying to get counter hits to get little heals back. Not like I need to. Oh, and now Chungus is awake. Forget all of this. I also want to make sure I don't pass up the Jizo statue for offering the brooch. That's like... Wasn't that like right here? I thought that was one of these little parts right next to Hinako's house. Not here. But here? This little part? Or is it this little part up here? Have I played Alan Wake 2? Did I enjoy it? I have not played Alan Wake 2 yet. I liked the first one. Didn't care for the American Nightmare DLC. But no, I have not played Alan Wake 2 yet. I have also not played Control, which ties into the whole universe. Alan Wake multiverse. Near the save point, there's stairs. Go down past the house, and it's to the side of the next stairs. This save point right here, right? With the stairs right there. Down past that house. Oh, this little area. This little area. Gotcha. I see it. Not here. Not there. There. No, this one up on the right. That's it.
こんな素敵な贈り物をありがとうございます。せっかくいただいたものですが。私がこれを受け取るのにふさわしいかどうか考える時間が欲しいのです。
I love the music for this. So many little music tracks. These little Yamaoka bits. Great OST. Really, really good soundtrack for this game. Even if I didn't like any other aspect of this game, this would still be a soundtrack that I just, like, listen to. Am I a stooge for honestly putting this game in my top 5, flaws aside? No, not at all. You're allowed to have opinions. We need to break out of... We need to destroy the internet. Let people think what they want to think without worrying if it lines up with the general consensus of things. Like, if you like something, just enjoy it. If this is one of your top 5 games, then it's one of your top 5 games. It doesn't fucking matter. Like, we need to destroy the internet. Nub Zombie 2025. Sorry, it's true. People care way too much about what other people think. It's always just been a part of human nature. But it's gotten so much worse when we have social media and Reddit. You constantly have, whether you like it or not, an idea of, like, the general things that people like or dislike in any given community. Exactly. Gatekeeping sucks. Exactly. Like, here's the thing. I fucking hate Book of Memories. If you say that game, you love it and it's the best thing that you've ever played, you grew up on the Vita and that was the only game you ever had, and it got you through your fucking parents' divorce or whatever, so it's like a best friend to you, that's cool. I disagree. I think the game is shit, but we can still, like, be Silent Hill fans together and hang out and talk about stuff, you know? Like, you're not going to be fucking ostracized for having an opinion that doesn't line up with everyone else's. Not here, anyway. It's funny because I've gotten so many people who already have come at me for some of my negative opinions towards Silent Hill F. It's like, who fucking cares? Like, actually, who cares? I'm not even remotely one of the biggest, like, Silent Hill creators out there. Like, streamers or YouTubers or anything like that. Like, my opinion is just that. It is just my opinion. Forged in 26 years of obsessive fandom. But, like, nobody gives a shit. Alright. My sword is purified. My brooch. I've heard that word pronounced both ways, and I don't know how stupid I sound saying either one of them. My pin. My lapel. We've given up the thing. We've purified the sword. We should be good for this ending. Moshi Moshi.
もしもし。
清水さんのお宅でお間違いないでしょうか。岡本水産でございます。毎度ごひいきに預かり誠にありがとうございます。
Matoi Okamoto.
もしもし。
Motoi Okamoto. That was the producer of Silent Hill. I think he wants to sell me some fish. Give up all the things. Personally love Silent Hill Downpour and have it near the top with 1 and 3 as my favorites. And while it sucks to have been have people constantly tell me how garbage it is, ultimately I don't let other people make me feel bad for what I enjoy. That's all that matters. Like, if you enjoy something, don't let people take away your enjoyment of it. And a lot of times that's why I try to do the in-depth analysis, like in-depth playthroughs and lore videos and everything that I do, even around the games that I personally don't like. Because even if something is not my personal favorite, I still try to give the same amount of respect and dedication towards, like, knowing as much as I can about these games to share with others who are fans of them. why I don't like Origins, I don't really like Downpour, but I still do story playthroughs of them. I still spend a lot of time, you know, researching them and trying to understand them. Even something that's terrible. Even something like Ascension. I watched Ascension like 4 times all the way through because we were watching it while it was live. We were doing recap episodes where I would rewatch it every week. And then I rewatched it all again when the series finished, and then I rewatched it all again for the what if scenarios.
いつ撮ったんだろう
Because even something as terrible as Ascension, like, I wanted to give it the benefit of, like, I'm not just saying that it's shit. Like, I've seen all of it. Every last frame that they've produced of it has been in my eyeballs and in my brain. You know, I watched it live for the entire first month. I try to give everything as fair of a shot as possible to understand it. And to share with others. Has anyone started on the series with Ascension? Actually curious if Ascension was somebody's first taste of Silent Hill. It had to be for somebody. Somebody out there must have never experienced anything Silent Hill until they were like, oh, I might as well participate in this. It's free. Just do it on your mobile browser and get some influence points and watch some episodes. That must have been somebody. Married couple's letter. Kimie. Okay, this is Hinako's parents. Kimie, that's her mother. Tomorrow's the big day. I'm looking forward to seeing Hinako dressed as a bride. I still can't believe she's marrying that rich young man. We won't have to worry about money ever again. And I'm sure Hinako will be happy too. Hinako's the afterthought. Like, we won't have to worry about money ever again, and I'm sure Hinako will be fine. You must feel like a huge burden's been lifted off of your shoulders. Let's take life easy now. We can fulfill that dream of yours of going to every onsen in Japan. Dude, what a pilgrimage to undertake. Every onsen in Japan. Even in the 60s, there was a lot. Imagine trying to do that today. If there are any other wishes you want to come true, just say the word. It's Mom's handwriting from here. Kanta, my dream is to hear you say such sweet words to me directly, not on paper. Yeah, I mean, I get it. They're at least showing kind of the human aspect. Like, the parents are not purely monsters. The friends are not all assholes. These New Game Plus playthroughs, I like these notes that give context to all the characters. They are very multifaceted. And I like that this sort of stuff is in there as well. That the dad is more focused on himself. He's more concerned with, like, we don't have to worry about money. Hinako is an afterthought. He seems like he's trying to do it for his wife. He's trying to convince Kimie, like, this must be a huge burden lifted from your shoulders. Even though it is more for himself than Hinako or his wife. And then the mother being like, say it to my face, fucker, not online, and see what happens. Hinako's a very abused individual. I'd put her up with Angela and I'd defend that stance. I was really worried when they were showing the first little bits of trailers and the first few bits of information about Silent Hill F months before, you know, the game came out. And we knew, like, they were already kind of showing the idea that she's got this abusive father who's yelling at her and she runs away. We saw that first little bit of that intro scene. I was actually worried that they were just going to do like a ripoff of Angela. And I'm very glad that they didn't. That she is not just another Angela, that she is not just another Alessa. She has little elements of those characters in her, but she is still very much her own character with her own problems, her own mindset. Her own ways of, like, coping and dealing with things in her life.
シュウ、そこにいるの？なんでここに？この日付、何か大事な日だった気が。私のうちどうなってるの
？Bandage? Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. I was talking before the stream during our little startup, which if you're watching this on YouTube, there is a secondary channel, the Nub Zombie Archives. There's a link to it if you click on home when you're on the Nub Zombie channel and scroll down to the bottom for related channels. There's a link to the archive channel. If you want to watch the unedited versions of the VODs, where I usually chat with people and before and after the stream. But anyway, this past weekend was Rachel's birthday. My wife's birthday, and we went and had Japanese food for dinner. So I actually got some sushi and ramune. It had been a little while since I had anything, and playing this game makes me dearly miss Japanese food. But it was a good night out. Wish I could afford to visit Japan again. That is also weird to think about. Because the last time I went was 2010? It's already been 15 years, a little more than 15 years since I was last in Japan. Planning a trip to Japan and Thailand in spring? Proposing to your girlfriend there? She doesn't know. Well, hopefully she doesn't watch my streams. But that's awesome. That's awesome, Grove Sleeper. How many bandages do you need? All of them. I don't know what to expect. We're going for a whole different ending. It's probably going to be a different boss based on the other endings I've gotten. Maybe that boss will be a pain in my ass. Maybe I'll need 18 bandages when I get there. Or however many I have. 20.
この写真なんか見たことある。思い出せない。私の部屋。
私はそういうものだと思って生きてきたから。だからお見合いの話が来た時も今度は私の番なんだってそう思ったよ。
お姉ちゃんはどうして知らない人と結婚できたの？
親同士で話して仲人さんが入ってその上で私にふさわしい方と分かって紹介されたんだもの。出会うのは初めてでもきっと仲良くなれるって確信があったわ。恋愛結婚も素敵だと思うけれど恋は盲目。籍を入れた後に相手の嫌な面に気づいても遅いのよ。
私にはお姉ちゃんたちの言うことが
Yeah, love is secondary. Don't worry about it.
ひな子だって
Just focus on making whatever life you have happy.
そこが違うの。
Even if it's with someone you don't actually love.
私とお姉ちゃんの、私と世界の一番の違いなの。
違いって？
私、幸せになることが絶対に大切とは思ってないの。もちろん幸せにはなりたいよ。でもそれよりも大事なことがあるの。
それは何？
自分で選択したかどうか。私はね、幸せにしてもらいたいんじゃない。自分で選んで幸せになりたいの。たとえ幸せになれなかったとしても、自分で選んだ結果はとても尊くて私には価値があるように思えるの。みんなが女の幸せと呼ぶもの、頼もしい旦那様と大勢の子供たち、そういうものと生涯無縁になるとしても構わない。私には幸せになれるかどうかよりも自分で運命を選べたかどうかが大事なの。
私には綺麗事に聞こえるけれどね。でもひな子の言うことが間違ってるとも思えない。あと100年、いやひょっとしたらもう少し早いかも。どんな結果だろうと自分で選んだ結果ならそれが幸せだとそうと言える時代がきっと訪れると思うわ。お姉ちゃんはその世界には行けないけれどひな子は行けるといいね。
どんな結果だろうとも自分で結果を選べることが幸せ。自分で選べなかった結果は幸せじゃないんだ。誰にも操らせない。私の選択は。
I'm still so torn on Junko because we have these moments where she seems to be supportive of Hinako, living for herself. Even if she says that I don't think that's realistic, I still want that for you. But we have Otherworld Junko. It could be a similar situation with the friends. Like, Hinako is playing up the negative aspect. More in her mind than Junko actually feels about the situation in reality. Project from art class. My future self. Shimizu Hinako. The canvas is blank. But even now, imagining the countless possibilities of what I could fill all this blank space with makes me excited. She wants her options open. She wants to be allowed to make her own decisions, not just fit into what her father wants for her, what society expects of her. You're dead already? Kitchen knife OP. Knives might actually be the best weapons in this game. In terms of just straight up DPS. And as long as you have Otter to keep repairing them, I want to try a run where I just use like knives and sickles with the Otter and just keep repairing them over and over. Because I honestly feel like they're really, really good. And the only downside is the durability, which you can mitigate with Omamori very easily.
昔これで遊んでた。
But you need to be closer? As opposed to what? As opposed to what? It's not like anything in this game gives you a huge amount of range. Longer range weapons? Maybe? I mean, so that you can be 2 steps or maybe 3 steps with like the Naginata away from an enemy instead of right up in their face. Most of them can lunge forward anyway. Like, it's melee combat. It's all melee combat. You're always going to be up close. It's not going to make a difference if it's at Naginata range or knife range. Your attacks will always move you forward, and enemy attacks will always move them towards you. The little bit of difference between the range of like a Naginata or a knife, or, you know, it's negligible. This note's the same.
Hmm? 開きそうなところがある。これ何？
Can't get to her. The table. There we go. Get some sanity back. Drink some Ramune. Wonder if anyone will mod in a gun. People have already modded out hit stop. So I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised at all if somebody mods a gun in somehow. Another kitchen knife. Might actually swap this out for the bat. Just go 2 knives. 2 knives, a sledgehammer, and a katana. So now it's like, okay, time to repair the katana. I have my otter equipped, right? Yeah. Need to repair the katana, need to repair the other knife, so we'll use this knife. Toolkit. See, that's already repairing the other things. Inako beam. They just straight up give her a heather beam. I would be fine with it. I feel like the heather beam, by comparison to like the fox arm stuff, is not even that ridiculous. Sexy Beam was at least a silly extra, only in New Game Plus. Not an easy thing to unlock either. It's not like you instantly got Heather Beam. You had to kill more enemies than there are in a single playthrough. It took multiple playthroughs of killing every single enemy in the game to even unlock it. Fried carcass. At this point, I don't even think I need more faith. I'm sitting on 20,000, and I can't spend it on anything until I find more Emma. Alright, so now that this knife's almost broken, switch to the other knife. Fight the worst enemy possible to fight in little tiny hallways. You can just put crap all over the floor that you have to sit around and wait on. Or take damage just brute forcing your way through it. Do I know how many Emma I'm missing? Nope. I don't know what the max number of, like, upgrades are. I have at least one upgrade available still for health, stamina, and sanity, because none of them have said that they're, like, capped out or anything. They're all 2,000 for the next upgrade, so there's at least 3. And probably more than that if I were to guess.
Gas が切れてるみたいだけど、チューブはまだ使えそうだ。
Knife is so strong, where can I find DPS info? That I don't know. I don't know if anybody has like an actual numerical breakdown of damage values and health values for different difficulty levels and stuff like that. Someone might have already dumped that info somewhere, but I'm still at a point in the game where I haven't seen all the endings yet. I'm not diving into that sort of research until I finish all of the basics first, so that I don't, you know, ruin too much of the experience immediately. This game that I'm going to be playing for the next many, many years. I don't need to ruin everything on the first 6 playthroughs, you know? I just want to enjoy the game and play it without knowing everything. Because for somebody like me, playing a Silent Hill game where I don't know everything about it is a precious, precious point in time for me. Because it is not something that I can ever go back to. Once I play the game, once I know what all the notes are, once I've seen everything in it, once I've done all the research that I'm going to do, like, I appreciate the game from a different point of view once I have such a thorough understanding of it. But you guys gotta understand how important to me it is to just play a new Silent Hill game and enjoy it without having seen everything, without knowing everything yet. It's something that I only get for a very short amount of time. And not very often when it comes to this series. went through all of that. It's just Sparrow key door. Okay. Did I get... I need to get the wax.
Watashi no nikki? 何か入ってる。
This knife's almost broken. Katana is full. Back to the katana. Everyone except for Hinako. Gets flipped upside down. They're already upside down. Rinko go upside down. There it is. And go melt the wax. Ow. Oh, he just shimmied around that corner. Door frames are the real evil in this game. Little tiny narrow hallways with very narrow door frames. The actual worst enemy in the game. Oh. Kimie. お母さん。
お母さん、ひな子の誤解を解いておきたいの。
誤解って？
ひな子はお母さんのこと、お父さんにいつもいじめられてるって思ってる？
そんなこと。
確かにお父さんはちょいと短気な人だけど、娘の前ではいい格好がしたいだけのデレアな人なんだよ。
あんなに怒鳴ったり物を投げつけたりしてきたのに。
お父さんはね。
What about when he threw a knife at me?
ずっと 夢があったの。自分と友達で小さなお店を持ちたいって。
夢？
そう。
She said yume. She repeated dream like he had a dream? Japanese dialogue does not actually fit the
お父
subtitles.
さんには
Like, it's close enough, you still understand the story, but it is not
船に乗っていた頃からかな。
a
弟み
very
たいに可愛い
direct
っていつ
translation.
も言ってた。でもね、何かあったんだろうね。急にお父さんが貯めてたお金全部持って逃げちゃった。きっとどうしようもない理由があったんだろうね。
I like
悪
the
い人
song.
には見えなかったから。お父さん、それですごく傷ついてね。荒れてた時期があったの。落ち着くといつも私には謝ってくれたよ。でもね、子供には
That classic
弱い
Yamaoka
父親の
Silent Hill
姿を
bell
見せたく
sound.
ないからって。男の人はプライドが高いから。
だからって家族を傷つけていいわけがない。
ひな子はきっと家に入ると女は男に虐げられるってそう思い込んじゃってるんだろうね。でもね、あんたが思ってるほど女もお母さんも弱くはないんだよ。お父さんなんて娘の前ではかっこつけて威張ってるけど、あんたたちがいない時は全然違うんだから。以前お母さんとお父さん大喧嘩したことがあるの。
知らない。そんなことあったの？
お母さん、お父さんが謝ってくるまで徹底的に無視してやったよ。あんたたちがいる前では普通に振る舞ってたけどね。おかずもお父さんの嫌いなものばっかりにして、お茶に雑巾の絞り汁入れてやったこともあるの。
お母さんが信じられない。
お父さん、たったの3日で値を上げたよ。あんたと純子が寝静まった後、そこにベターっと土下座してね。
お父さんが本当に？
そうだよ。私とお父さんが本気で喧嘩をしたら、お父さんが私に勝てるわけないじゃない。でもね、それは私たち夫婦の話。娘のお前に心配かけたのは本当に申し訳ないと思ってるよ。
Oh, and then immediately creepy vibes again. Right back to it. What a good scene. Love that scene. So, Livlin, I like the scene itself. Livlin had the correct response there. Relationship is healthy because we're mutually abusive. It still doesn't justify... I completely agree. It does not justify, like, either of those characters, but it at least gives you a better sense that the mother was not just as spineless and subservient to the way Hinako thinks that she is and the way that she is portrayed in the first playthroughs. These are the kinds of things that, Fishbones says, really wish these other facets to these characters were hinted at or shown a bit more in New Game. I completely agree. You don't need to give everything away in a New Game playthrough, but you should have gotten a little bit more of this. You should have absolutely gotten a little bit more of this for each of these characters. Enough to where you still want to play the game again to try to understand them better. Like real people usually are, even the crappy ones. That's the thing. That's real life. That is realistic, right? Everybody has positive and negative traits about them. Everybody does different things in their life to cope with those positive and negative traits. Some people flaunt things, or some people mask and hide how they are around certain people. Everybody is kind of like that to some degree. So the New Game playthrough, without any of this information, makes it feel like poorly written characters, makes it feel like badly written story, because everything feels so one-dimensional. Everything feels very surface level. You get a nice layer of depth to Hinako and all of these other characters in her story. Her parents, her friends, Kotoyuki, like even Kotoyuki, even the gods, even Oinari-sama, like in ending 3, like you're getting more perspective and layers to even the like otherworldly deities. That some aspect of that, even a small amount of that aspect, should have been more prominent in New Game to motivate players to play more. That shouldn't be stuff that is exclusively locked behind playing the game 4 fucking times in a row or whatever. I think a lot of people would have had a much better impression of this game on a first playthrough if there had been a little bit more of this in a regular New Game playthrough. Letter from my uncle, Kanta. I shall be brief and to the point. It is very unfortunate about Kimie. I'm sorry, and I understand why you would want her to go ahead with the surgery. Oh, right, the brain tumors. But surgery can do more harm than good. Remember how Mother never properly recovered after hers. I understand how you feel, I really do, but please reconsider before taking on debt for an operation that might not even make her better. Wouldn't Kimie rather you tried to enjoy the time you have left together? Either way, you need to talk it out with Kimie first. Knowing you probably haven't said a word of this to her yet, have you? I can't cover the whole operation, but I'll send what little I have to spare. Buy Kimie something nice with it. Got it? Shotaro. Shotaro, the based uncle. Okay, so again, we're getting some more context. Dad didn't just go into debt because of the failed business. He wanted surgery for his wife, for Kimie. And was just trying to get money wherever he could, borrowing from his brother, Shotaro, and then eventually marrying off Hinako. Possibly Junko? Like, we still don't have a whole lot of the circumstance behind Junko's marriage. If that was for similar things. Or if that was the failed restaurant, like, he paid off the restaurant debt by marrying off Junko, and he paid off the medical bills by marrying off Hinako, which is still pretty fucked up, you know? Like, at the end of the day, we're getting more layers to the story, but the story is still the same. Like, it's still a fucked up decision to, like, marry off your daughters for your own benefit, even if it was for, you know, kind of an understandable reason. I'd very much like to know which ending was the first completed by Ryukishi. I think in Silent Hill 2, In Water was the first ending finished in storyboard. When Silent Hill 2, the original Silent Hill 2 was first being made, In Water was the original ending. That was the first conclusion to the story, to the narrative, when it was, like, conceived. The other endings, like, came afterwards for the scenario writing. But In Water was the intended ending for Silent Hill. Not intended, because, like, the devs have gone on record saying, like, there's no canon ending for Silent Hill 2. There's not one or the other that is meant to be canonical over the others. But the story as it was written, the first ending written for that story was In Water. It's also Masahiro Ito's favorite ending. Is it just me, or is playthrough 4 adding more than 2 and 3? In terms of just amount of information, no. Playthrough 2 had the most so far. I think the notes in playthrough 3 and 4 are important. Like, they definitely add a lot. They're significant. But there's a lot of significant stuff added in your first New Game Plus playthrough, your second playthrough. On top of that being your first time seeing all the alternate scenes, all the new scenes. I was kind of hoping there would be more variation in the cutscenes for playthroughs 3 and 4. I'm kind of sad that most of the cutscene changes only happened in your first New Game playthrough. And for 3 and 4, it's like mostly notes and a couple of scenes. And the scenes that have been different for like 3 and 4 have really only been right here at the end. Like right here from the Hinako house onward. Shimizu house onward. Yet neither wanted, for the scales for what they desired was simply a quiet gray place where they could belong together. Okay. White and black font, battling upon a set of scales. Neither wanted for the scales for what they desired was simply a quiet gray place where they could belong together. Whether we flee or spread our wings and fly is our decision alone, one to make only once we are ready. They had no use for those who towered from the heavens, imposing their will on others. So that's cool. This puzzle changes depending on what ending you're getting. And I'm curious now to try in future playthroughs if this puzzle changes based on your difficulty as well. Or if it's the same. I imagine it's got to be different for your puzzle difficulty setting and what ending you're getting. Like, I'm curious how many variations of this puzzle are there. White and black font. Last cutscene added another journal entry. Did we get an update on Mom and Junko? Thank you. Junko says that she is happy, but I just don't get it. Neither she nor my mom ever look happy. Then again, when I tell her about my idea of happiness, she just says that those don't sound very happy to her at all. What matters most to my sister are results. What matters most to me is choice. Even if it's what makes my sister happy, if I can't make my own choices, then I will be unhappy forever. But if what makes me happy doesn't give my sister the results she wants, then she will be unhappy. Though our concepts of happiness may differ, I think as sisters we can respect each other's version of it and take comfort when we know the other has found it. Why did my mother even marry him in the first place? How could anyone possibly call themselves happy having to spend their entire life with someone like him? Mom once told me a husband and wife support each other for the whole of their lives in sickness and in health. You see, it took me a long time to recover after giving birth to you. I caused your father a lot of trouble with my mood swings, but no matter how much I complained, he stood by me through it all without so much as a frown. I know he may not have turned out to be much of a father to you girls, but all in all, he's been a good enough husband to me. I don't know. That sounds a lot like Mary telling Laura, I know James is surly and doesn't laugh much, but underneath he's a really sweet person. Oh yeah, and then he murdered me. Okay. White and black font, battling upon a set of scales. Neither wanted for the scales, for what they desired was simply a quiet gray place where they could belong together. Whether we flee or spread our wings and fly is our decision alone, one to make only once we are ready. They had no use for those who towered from the heavens, imposing their will on others. So we do have white and black with nothing there. On top of the scales. Which could be the white and black waves, or it could be the white and black birds. No use for those who towered from the heavens. Neither wanted for the scales, so maybe no scales? Quiet, gray place where they could belong together. Whether we flee or spread our wings and fly is our decision alone. No use for those who towered from the heavens. It seems like scales are going to be at the bottom. White and black fought, battling upon a set of scales. Neither wanted for the scales. Great place where they could belong together. If neither wanted for the scales, then that could be nothing. They had no use for those who towered from the heavens. Whether we flee or spread our wings and fly is our decision alone. Focus on the red text here. White and black on a set of scales. No fox. No sword. Nothing from above. Just not sure what side the birds might go. It seems like there wouldn't be anything above or below. Neither wanted for the scales, which makes it seem like there shouldn't be scales. And no use for those who towered from the heavens, imposing their will on others. That could also be the fox. I'm about to minimize chat. I am not asking anybody for help, you guys. I appreciate trying to post your thoughts in chat, but that is not what I want. I want to solve the puzzle. White and black fought, battling upon a set of scales. Quiet gray place where they could belong together. Quiet gray place makes it seem like it should be nothing. Nothing indicating like a left or a right side, the way they did before with like rising sun and setting sun to kind of indicate east, west, left, right. This is one of those ones where you kind of have to run through, like a lot of the other puzzles. You can overthink it because there's multiple interpretations. White and black fought, battling upon a set of scales. You've got white and black represented in the birds. You've got white and black represented in this. The waves, clouds, again, imagery that I'm not even sure what it's supposed to be, which comes up a lot in these puzzles, where it's like some icons' imagery is more obvious than others. Then it also mentions battling and fighting, which could be the swords. Quiet gray place where they could belong together. Quiet gray place seems like it would be like nothing. Had no use for those who towered from the heavens, imposing their will on others. Towering from the heavens, if these are clouds, it could mean clouds up above. If it means literally like a god, then that could be the fox. Okay, there we go.
でも何の話だろう。
Again, just multiple ways to interpret the imagery that they give you. You just have to try every train of logic for each way to interpret every part of these puzzles. The crest puzzle for the mural is the same way. The scarecrow puzzle is kind of similar, where they have ones in there that can sort of be interpreted kind of as what they're explaining.
Hinako, 今少しいいか?
なんかよ。
お前に謝っておこうと思ってな。
何を？
俺は情けない父親だった。長い間怒鳴ったり怖がらせたりして悪かった。
今頃謝ってなかったことになんかなるわけないでしょ。あれだけ長いことみんなに迷惑かけて、全部チャラになるなんて本気で思ってるの？
思ってない。お前の気持ちを考えれば到底許せるわけもない。それを重々分かってる。それでも俺に謝らせてくれ。許してくれなくて構わないから。
はあ？あんた一人がスッキリしたいからってだけで勝手に謝ってるの？迷惑だよ。帰ってよ。今だって急に怒り出して包丁を投げつけてこないか怖くてたまらないんだから。
子供に怖がられるくらいが威厳のある父親だと誤解していたんだ。本当にすまない。
じゃあ勝手にこれからもそうしててよ。出てってよ。それでもお父さんは謝ってくれてる。許す許さないは私たちの勝手だけど、お父さんの謝りたいっていう気持ちまでも無限にはできないよ。お父さんの都合なんか知らないよ。家族だよ。それでもお母さんに聞いたでしょ。お父さんが裏切られて辛い目にあったって。辛い理由があったから乱暴も許せっていうの？そんなのまかり通らない。そう、まかり通らない。
Everyone's got problems. That doesn't justify you dumping your bullshit onto others, even if they are your family. Especially if they are your family.
家族の縁は切れないんだよ。だから許さなくてもいいけれど聞いてあげなくちゃ。お父さんの気持ちだけは受け止めてあげて。お母さんはお父さんを許しているのかもしれないけど私には無理。知ってる？私たちとお父さんは血がつながっているけど、お父さんとお母さんは血なんかつながってないんだよ。結婚したってだけの赤の他人のお母さんがお父さんの話を聞いて許せたんだよ。どうして血のつながりのある私たちが話も聞いてあげられないの？怖かったと思う。今も怖いと思う。許せないと思うし、顔も見たくない気持ちもわかる。それでも話だけは聞いてあげて。許さなくてもいいからお父さんの気持ちだけは受け止めてあげて。
もし俺のせいで男というものに恐怖を覚えているならそれは誤解だ。俺はろくでなしだが他の父親たちは違う。俺とは正反対で琴行君は立派な青年だ。彼なら絶対にお前を幸せにしてくれる。付き合いの長い柊君立派な男だけどな。あいつならお前をやれるとずっと思っていた。しかしそんなのは俺の勝手な決めつけで結婚するもしないもお前が自分で決めて構わない。俺を許さなくていいから俺の呪縛から解放されて幸せに生きてくれ。今まですまなかった。
今でも怖いし許せるかどうかわからないけどお父さんの気持ちだけは受け取ったから。
Okay, so, I mean, kind of like what I said earlier. I like that we're getting these scenes and notes and elements to, like, give us more layers, more facets to the characters. And here we're really getting a lot more information about the relationship between Hinako's parents, them with each other, and them towards Hinako. The father, like, trying to apologize, like, recognizing that he's made mistakes as a person and is at least trying to make the effort to express that he's aware and that he's sorry. But like I said before, it doesn't really change much of the story. I'm still completely with Hinako on that one, where young Hinako, I should say, where it's like he can apologize all he wants, you still don't owe him anything. Like, if he feels bad, that is on him, but you also have to live your life. Like, your dad's not always going to be a part of it, and the way that he treated you and what he set you up for in your life will affect you for the rest of yours, long after he's gone. Like, you still have to worry about yourself. Like, if your life is ruined, an apology is not going to make things suddenly better or easier, like, in any way. But it is a complex situation. At the very least, the game is trying to give many different perspectives, many different sides to this complicated story. It is not just one-dimensional characters acting selfishly, you know. There's reasoning behind all of the characters' actions and motivations. Yes, no one's a simple character. No one is like one-dimensional, which is very, very good. And the multiple endings are a good way of sort of expressing, like, different outcomes of that scenario. Where it's like, if you go along with it, if you sort of run away from it. Have to ask yourself, why even apologize in the first place? Is it for Hinako or him? Based on the notes that we found previously, I agree with Hinako that I think it's more for his benefit than hers. He wants some moral justification for the difficult choices he had to make. And, you know, had to fuck up his daughter's lives. Not even just Hinako's, but Junko's as well. So, I mean, like, being self-aware of that after the fact and asking forgiveness, that's only going to help him. The same way we've read those notes. Oh, we've got a new entry on Ebisugaoka. I'll read that in a moment. But the same way we just read that note, here, when he did the exact same thing to his wife, where he's like, hey, I know we married off Hinako to that rich young man. We don't have to worry about money, and Hinako will be happy too. Hinako is the afterthought. He is still looking out for himself first and foremost, not having to worry about money. Like, he hopes that Hinako will be happy with the outcome of things that he has chosen for her. But ultimately, the first thing that he talks about, tomorrow's the big day, looking forward to seeing Hinako dressed as a bride, can't believe she's marrying the rich young man, we don't have to worry about money ever again. It's still the money more than Hinako's happiness. It's the money over Hinako's happiness. And then after that is his wife's happiness. Like, that is his order of priorities in this letter. Anyway, time to fight monster versions of them. Time to fight Fat Daddy and Knife Mommy. Time to fight Momstein and Smoto-san.
ひなこ遅かったな。今から始めるところだったぞ。誰のなんだと。
Always get jump scared by the hanging bodies. And outside of the new game ending, it's just symbolic. She's already let go of her friends. Now she has to let go of her parents.
どうぞご覧ください。よー。 なんだその言い草は。
Knife is actually OP. I definitely want to do a playthrough with just like knives and sickles. As soon as I switched to the knife, and the fight was over. At the end of the day, it's just Hinako tripping balls at her wedding? That's only if you take New Game into consideration. Only if you go off of the New Game ending. I mean, I guess in some sense you could apply that to the other endings. Just tripping out in different ways. She's still sort of trapped in this delusion state. She just doesn't always murder everybody. Is she tripping balls if you don't take the pills? So that is one of the big, like,
これを飲みなさい。
interesting
少し楽になるはずだ。
aspects so far is clearly the delusion that Hinako is going through is happening regardless of taking the medication or not. So it's not solely the medication.
私は一体
まだ体が馴染まないのだろう。よくここまでこらえてくれた。
But is it the water dragon's toxic gas? Is it Inari-sama's influence? Does that make Hinako an unreliable narrator? Absolutely. This, you never see reality in this game. You never see it. Hinako is in her 20s. She's not a schoolgirl. Her friends are not students. You never see them as they actually are. Everything is sort of through Hinako's twisted views
そんな
of
ことは
things.
私が許しはしない。
It's a lot more like Shattered Memories, if you've ever played Silent Hill Shattered Memories, where everything is just in Cheryl's mind while she's going through therapy.
少し血色が良くなった。
It's based on
君の体にも
little
合うよ。
aspects of characters' real lives, but you never really see reality. So you have to really kind of speculate on every little bit of information the game gives you. Every scene, every bit of dialogue, every way that a character presents themselves, every note, every journal entry, all of
混
it
ぜ合わせてこしたもの
can
は
be questioned.
神聖な力が宿っている。
もう立てます。ありがとうございます。
そうか、気をつけて。行こう。君のために用意した一番大切なものがある。
はい。
I am the werefox. See, I really love the Hinako, like the whole Shimizu house, that whole section, especially with these New Game Plus changes, the new scenes, is still like one of my absolute favorite parts. That might be my favorite part of this whole game, is the Shimizu house. It's close between that and the school. But then we're immediately thrown back into Dark Shrine area that we've already been in before. We're back to the goofy-ass Fox Arm stuff. I just wish this game's tone was a little more consistent. Because it does that whole Shimizu house really well. Everything's so good. And then there's this. At least we get a fun puzzle.
なんだか賑やかな絵。
Was this one the same as before? No, it's different. So this changes with endings too. So, man, I'm really curious how many variations there are on these puzzles. Because if it changes based on your ending and your difficulty, with 4 separate endings and 3 different puzzle difficulties, is there a different puzzle for, like, each combination? I'm going to have to play this. Well, I'm going to be playing this game a lot more no matter what, but that's cool. Two chicks confide in one another in their shells. A fox watches over them in the light of his lantern. Nobody knows when or even if the eggs will hatch. Not even the chicks themselves. Because, yeah, this definitely changes to be more in line with telling, like, the story leading up to your ending. But we have new things. New journal entries. After Dad saved up enough money from fishing, he decided to start up a restaurant with his longtime friend, someone who was like a little brother to him. That friend, however, stabbed him in the back and ran off with all his money, leaving him with nothing but debt. Apparently, that's when things really started heading south for my dad. I mean, I do sympathize with him, but his past is his problem, not mine. And it definitely doesn't excuse him for making every day a living hell for me. When it's just him and my mom, he apologizes for the life of poverty he's forced us into due to his debts. According to Mom, there's nothing more shameful in this world to a father than letting his daughter see his weak side. If he acts the way he does to me just to hide something as dumb as that, then I think I might just go crazy right now. This house is theirs. It has nothing to do with me. I was just born here. I may be Hinako, the little bird, but I have wings of my own, and if he doesn't care about how I want to live my life, then I'll just spread my wings and fly away. Spread my wings and fly away. Wherever I choose to go will be entirely up to me. We're going to get the Space Jam ending. According to another legend, once upon a time, a water dragon that resided here spewed poison so people would not approach. Then Inari-sama subdued the dragon and made the land hospitable again. This area also has a surprising number of onsen. There's research suggesting that the tale of the water dragon could in fact be referring to an incident where onsen water containing noxious gas spouted out the ground like a geyser. I feel this theory is the most likely. From the findings of a recent town hall investigation, it was observed that the mountains to the north and south of Ebisugaoka have a very brittle surface. The town hall declared that a landslide could occur at any given time, but the residents argued back, saying that in the last several hundred years, there's been no record of such a disaster. Sakuko says that the divine protection of Inari-sama is actually what's protecting Ebisugaoka. I also remember her telling me with a straight face that when the residents no longer believe in Inari-sama, Ebisugaoka will return once again to an uninhabitable land. Scroll of Discipline. The time for rebirth is now. Respect us, serve us, become the good and clever woman you ought to be. Ugh. Ugh. Yeah, these scrolls are different in every new game, in like each playthrough. Higashi. Kinda do want a Higashi. I suppose I can sacrifice a couple of bandages. I only have 18 now. Ah. Seems like from the house on, it's all custom to different endings. I mean, there's definitely different parts of the game where stuff kind of locks in. Like, not taking the pills seems to lock in once you get to Shu's house and read the note. Because then you leave the pill box behind. And then, yeah, from the Shimizu house, like, everything seems to change based on the ending that you're locked into. Because all your choices for an ending happen before this, so... But that's cool. I like that. I like the way that they changed that. And I'm curious to see how the puzzles are affected. I'm really curious to see how different they are based on puzzle difficulty and ending. Uroi Suzume. Wait. Shit. No. Backdash. Damn it. There was a scroll in there, I think. And this is the wrong one. Ratchet says, have you ever considered giving games like the Castlevania series a try? I actually used to speedrun Castlevania 1 and Castlevania 3. I'm a big fan of the classic Castlevania games. I didn't play much of the, like, 3D ones. But I'm a big fan of classic Castlevania. I grew up on classic Castlevania and the Metroidvania, Iga directed ones, Symphony of the Night, Circle of the Moon. Yeah. Game Boy Advance, DS. All the 2D Castlevania stuff I'm a big fan of. I've played almost all of them. It's always so funny when... I mean, I understand why you guys ask. Because you're curious and you don't always know. And depending on how long you've been watching me or following my stuff, you maybe have not heard me talk about that kind of stuff before. But I always assume when people see me streaming and making YouTube, you assume and then ask if I've played something. It's like, you guys know I do play things other than Silent Hill, right? Like, I just don't stream them, because I used to do variety streaming. I used to stream everything that I played. I started streaming on Twitch in 2011, and I would stream everything. I would play fighting games, I would play RPGs, I would play racing games, whatever I felt like playing. I never had any viewers from, like, 2011 to 2015. I think I never had more than like 10 viewers when I streamed variety and when I just played everything that I like in general. I didn't start building up a community until 2015 when I started speedrunning Silent Hill 2, because I had people watching me who were interested in the speedrun, and then I also had people watching who were just interested in Silent Hill. And unlike a lot of other Silent Hill speedrunners, I actually know the story. I know the lore, I know everything about the games very well, so that I could answer like story and lore questions, not just speedrun questions. So that's when I started like actually getting an audience. So I just shifted my focus to be all about Silent Hill, because I love it and people watching were interested. But yeah. I play other games. I'm very familiar with Castlevania. Someone earlier asked if I played Fatal Frame. I played Fatal Frame 1 through 3. I still need to play the others. I still need to play 4 and 5. Dan, the Destroyer of Worlds. Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Welcome. Thank you, thank you. Should at least replay 2 before the remake? I mean, I really want to go back and just play all of them and then play 4 and 5 for the first time at some point. Especially now that they're easier to get and play. Like, 4 was kind of a pain for a while because you had to like mod your Wii and get a fan-made translation and stuff for it because there was no English version of it. I keep going in the wrong doors. Trying to chat and play the game at the same time. Even Book of Memories. What? What do you mean, even Book of Memories? I'm talking about replaying Fatal Frame. You said you want to replay them all at some point. I replay all the Silent Hill games constantly. That has, like, been my job for the last 11 years. I'm talking about Fatal Frame before the Fatal Frame 2 remake comes out. I want to replay 1 through 3. Enjoying watching you play this. Never got the Silent Hill hype growing up, but this one you're loving. Have to go back and check out the others now, regardless of the variation. So this is a pretty big departure from the rest of the series in a lot of ways. But I definitely recommend playing the first 4 Silent Hill games, because those 4 games are still kind of the gold standard for psychological horror, even like 20 to 25 years later. think it's the story framing that I like, very intriguing. That aspect of this game is still like fairly traditional compared to a lot of the previous Silent Hill games. Like, this game does a lot of stuff that is very much in line with the rest of the Silent Hill series, but the gameplay and tone are very different. But the atmosphere, the puzzles, the story... If you like those aspects, you'll definitely like other games in the Silent Hill franchise. And as I said, I highly recommend just playing the first 4 games. How do you see the films compared to the games? They're bad. They are bad, and they are not good representations for the games. They're absolutely not replacements for the games. They are their own separate world, their own little universe. And I find the first one entertaining as a bad movie, because I just watch bad movies for fun. The second one is so bad it's not even fun as like a bad movie. Stick to the games, in my opinion. Scroll of Discipline. With her blood shall our clan prosper. May our ancestors rejoice.
お前たちの小屋しか何かなのかバカにするな
Soil in which to... Oh, man. Am I just soil in which to sow your oats? A great quote. I still need the Fox Crest. Back when they still haven't figured out video game movies, I mean, yeah, that's always been the case. And if you look up lists, like where people list like what are the best video game adaptations, most people will still put Silent Hill like at the top of that list or near the top of that list. Which I can understand why. It uses music from the games. They try to replicate some like camera shots and stuff from some of the games. So on a very surface like visual level, it, to a lot of people who don't know Silent Hill very well, it would seem like a good adaptation. One of the better video game adaptations. It's better than the fucking Dead or Alive movie or like the Resident Evil movies with Mila Jovovich. Scroll of Discipline. Come close. Women must submit to men. Kotoyuki is still but a fledgling. Come and we shall treat you as we see fit. Look into my eyes. Ugh. Mortal Kombat was good too. The original Mortal Kombat movie. So, again, interesting idea. Interesting concept for like an adaptation. One of my favorite movies, just like from an entertainment standpoint. But when you think Mortal Kombat, what sets Mortal Kombat apart from any other fighting game? What does Mortal Kombat have in it that Street Fighter does not? Gore. Thank you. Good answer. Exactly. Gore. It is horribly, horribly violent. It is hyper violent. It is super over the top gore and violence. And you know what's missing from the Mortal Kombat adaptation? Gore. That's like a Silent Hill movie adaptation where they forgot to put in fog. It's like It is such a core part of what they're trying to adapt that it is comical to see a version of it without it.
純子さん。
お取り込み中ごめんなさい。ひなことほんの少しだけ話がしたいのだけれど、よろしいかしら。
では。
お姉ちゃん。
まだ生きてるのね。
うん。
しっかりなさい。
しっかりって。
未練は拙速では立てない。そう思い時間を与えたけれど、生きていてもいいなんて考えてないわよね。そんな甘えは許さない。殺せ、必ず。
もう少し外していた方がいいかな。
いいえ。お時間をありがとうございます。それではこれにて。
姉妹で語り合えたかね。
はい。
それでは行こうか。
あなた様のお印ですね。
Jack Cooper says about the cutscene with her father. In the end, her dad and mom gave Hinako the choice about the marriage, right? I have not seen a single instance where that implies she was ever given a choice in the matter. I've seen the father attempting to apologize for it coming down to that, but not saying that like the choice is hers to make. They're still making that choice for her. Well, game's happening because of the pills making Hinako self-doubting her every decision, or is it where the gods and supernatural elements influence enter the story? So whether it's the pills creating the delusion or the influence of actual spiritual forces and gods comes down to the endings. They sort of change the context of what you've been experiencing throughout the game up until that point. But no, there's nothing to imply that Hinako was ever actually given a choice in the matter. She has made the choice herself of like, do I just run away from this? Or given herself like the option. But it doesn't seem like she was ever offered the choice to like not go through with it. All right, time to stare at the mural for an hour. Two chicks confide in one another let's go ahead and look at this just for the journal, just in case there's something different. This part's been the same no matter what, and continues to be the same. There we go. Just to get the journal fleshed out. So, see if there's new updates. Didn't think so, but just to be sure. All right. 2 chicks confide in one another in their shells. Fox watches over them in the light of his lantern. Nobody knows when or even if the eggs will hatch. Eggs in an incubator with a lamp over them. That could be this. Wow, first try. First train of logic on this one. I was expecting to have to go through like 5 more false trains of logic before I figured that out. That's how it's gone every other playthrough for me. Sounds like the 4th ending. Wisdom words. This is my first time getting the 4th ending, so don't spoil anything, or I will banish you to the Shadow Realm. Yep, it's time for the vine boom. The best stock sound effect in a modern Silent Hill game. The vine boom.
これで最後。よくここまでついてきてくれた。
一緒だからここまで来られました。
もうわずかの辛抱だ。
はい。最後まで。
I just rewatched the cutscene. Dad says it's your choice to get married or not, and I'll support your choice. I mean, it's already been arranged. The town is gossiping about it. Even if that was the case, that's again just like the dad apologizing to make himself feel better. Him saying that she can walk away from the wedding that's already been arranged, that Kotoyuki's already shown up for, that the town knows about, that her friends know about. It doesn't seem sincere. The time to ask would have been before arranging the marriage. And again, the whole unreliable narrator aspect. We never see reality. We never get any sort of context to what exactly is accurate and what is Hinako changing the context in her mind. For the flashbacks, for the notes. Like, everything we see is through unreliable narrator eyes. So even if that were the case, it's hard to take it at face value. It's hard to know when that was. Exactly. That's why I've mentioned... That's why I've mentioned before that I wish we got some glimpses of Hinako as an adult to separate when we're seeing a flashback to young Hinako wearing her school uniform or whether it's just delusional Hinako. Clinging on to herself as she identified in her youth. So what's different in this ending so far? Brother, watch the VOD. I'm sorry. I can't recap everything all just for you from the last 2 streams, like 9 hours worth of gameplay. God damn it. Sure, you can have a dried carcass. Since I'm right here.
私の世界を全部壊してどこまでもてあそぶ気？お前たちが何をしようとそんなまやかしは通用しない。誰の仕業だ？絶対に報いを受けさせてやる。何がいいの？
Quit stunning me with all your bullshit. Just succumb to the kitchen knife. What's up, Quinny? Finished this game when it came out, didn't like it. Does it really get better the more you play? It depends. What part of it did you not like? The gameplay is going to be the same. It gets slightly better with replays because you keep your upgrades and your omomoris. But not enough to be like a huge, drastic difference in gameplay. I definitely, would say story mode if you played on hard mode for your first playthrough. Makes it a lot more bearable. The story absolutely gets better. If you already like the story from the first playthrough, the New Game Plus endings and extra notes and extra scenes add a lot. It adds a lot of depth. I might as well just use a first aid here and grab the replacement. This game would make a very good manga. There is a book adaptation being made. There is going to be an official novelization. Is it in Japanese? The book? I think it's going to be only in Japanese when it releases, but like there were novelizations for the first 3 Silent Hill games, as well as the first 2 two Silent Hill movies that were all Japanese only, and they've all been translated into English. So even if it's Japanese only, it'll get fan translated.
それ私たち清水ひな子の選択。
Oh, this is different.
運命は私たちが自ら、私たちが十分に悩み抜いて納得してから選ぶ。お前たちのおもちゃにはもうならないぞ。
Aw, I thought we were gonna turn around and squish Junko instead or something. But okay, different dialogue there. Talking with herself, talking with her bride self. That's different.
貧弱な嫁ごとは。
ようこそ。どうか心安らかな日々を。
Was that the same dialogue before about the feathers? Having fine feathers? I remember the other bits of dialogue. I don't remember that one. Maybe it was the same. Kotoyuki.
それではお別れを。あなたが幸せをつかんでくれることを願っています。
Boxy's back in town, baby. What's the opposite of trypophobia? Trypophilia. Were you sexually aroused by the flowers sprouting out of Hinako, rather than fearing and disgusted by them? Or are you talking about a different kind of opposite? Imagine the allergies of having flowers bloom from inside you. Yeah, that sounds pretty awful. Although I'm also allergic to cedar, so me and the 1,000-year-old cedar god would probably not get along very well either. Yay! Time to fight in a bunch of little arenas back to back. This is my least favorite part of the game. Play with me forever. Okay, dialogue has changed. The doll dialogue has changed. Gonna try to do the glitch again? I mean, I do kind of want to try. See if I can do it. I don't need any of this stuff. Yeah, more Sky. I don't agree with that. With your take, with your mindset there. That they should stop making Japanese horror games because there's horror in other parts of the world and horror in other cultures. I mean... all can exist. You don't have to remove Japanese horror to allow for horror that is themed from the Middle East to exist, or whatever. Like, that's just kind of a weird-ass take. Shit. I'm gonna reload, because I want to examine the doll and see the different dialogue. Still don't agree, but okay. I mean, I'm literally just going to read what you typed for context right now. I think they should stop doing Japanese-themed horror games. There's a lot of horror games set in Japan already. There's disgrace and horror everywhere. Middle East and Latin American are good places to look at. Japan doesn't need to stop existing so that those cultures can share their version of horror. Like, I completely disagree with your statements. I am the only one who truly cares about Shimizu Hinako's happiness. Neobards are not Japanese. Neobards is based out of Taiwan, but the writer of the game, Ryukishi07, is Japanese. The producer of the game, Motoi Okamoto, Japanese. The composers are Akira Yamaoka and Kensuke Inage, Japanese. The artist, Kera, Japanese. Also, just because a studio is not from a culture, like, doesn't mean they can't make a game that is accurate or involving the culture. Like, I don't understand. I don't understand the point you're trying to make. If you're tired of Japanese games, you don't have to consume them. And if you want horror games themed around other cultures, you can try to make them. Write a pitch, send it to some studios. I've done that. I've not had success with it because it's very difficult. I wrote an entire game pitch, an outline and everything for a Silent Hill game that's set in the early 1800s that is mainly themed around Native American tribes. Specifically the Wabanaki, who were inhabiting the area that would later become Maine. Like, I want to see more diversity in horror too, but that doesn't mean I'm like, American horror should stop existing or Japanese horror should stop existing. So that these other things could exist. It doesn't work that way. You don't need something to not exist for something else to exist within the horror genre. With any genre or any medium. Have I shared that pitch? I've read my entire pitch and outline on some old streams. And I've sent it to Konami. And I pitched the outline to Psychos Interactive, the devs who made Forgotten Memories, which was a very heavily inspired by Silent Hill horror game. But as I said, making games is hard. Taking something from concept or idea to actually existing is a lot of work. So I have not had any success, and I am not really capable of making a game on my own. I suppose I could always learn. Maybe I could one man dev a game like 20 years from now. However long it takes me to make art and assets and program and code and use engines and everything else. Maybe one day. Would love to see a Central American, Native American installation to the series, especially because there's so much that's already been established for that. Silent Hill 2 goes into the whole aspect of the Native Americans called the area a special place, the place of spirits. So it's like way before the town was settled as Silent Hill. There's a note in Silent Hill 2 called The Lost Memories that basically says before it was Silent Hill, there was a town there that went by a different name that's been lost to history. Nobody knows what happened to it. It was just wiped off of the earth. Kind of a reference to the Roanoke colony in real life. But nobody knew what this town was called that was before Silent Hill. And then before that, the land belonged to the native tribes, or, was inhabited by the native tribes. So I wanted to have a game that was set in that time period where the Native American tribes were very first pushed away out of that area, and the very first town was settled, not Silent Hill, but whatever was before that, and how it came to be wiped off and not mentioned in the history, and then eventually become Silent Hill. Basically a prequel to what would have been in the area before it became Silent Hill. I want to set a game in that time period. And basically just have a lot of Native American folklore and influence for the tribes that lived in that area in the Northeast and in Maine during that time period, which I said was predominantly the Wabanaki tribe. I feel like that would be a really cool thing to have for the series. Like I said, I've done a lot of research. I made a whole script and outline. Not a full script, but a full outline and a full pitch. I've tried to do stuff with it. It hasn't gone anywhere. Like I said, maybe one day it can be realized into something. If you dare submit to the foxes, I shall curse you. The doll. What is this doll? What other entity are we adding into this mix? There's references to Aztec gods in the church in Silent Hill 3? Not exactly. It's not direct references to existing Aztec gods. there are original names for gods, Zuchilbara and Zuchilpaba, Lobsylvith, that are mentioned in Silent Hill 3. Zuchilbara, Zuchilpaba, and Lobsylvith are all original creations by Hiroyuki Owaku. He was inspired to make those names based off of the naming convention of Aztec and Mayan gods. But they are not, like, literally Aztec gods being referenced. He just liked the way the names sounded and used that to influence the naming of his original ones. Okay. It's time for the Chungus launch. No. No. Oh, he's not all the way in the arena yet. I think I need to be in Fox mode to get it. I need beast form for it. And I wasted it because he wasn't all the way in the arena yet. Oh well. We'll have more time to practice that in the future. Think you could take Silent Hill a more Lovecraftian direction, less personal, more cosmic horror? Sure. I mean, in some ways, it kind of already touches on that. Like, the reason that the personal stuff happens is because there is already some sort of spiritual power that is able to facilitate that. It's never made explicitly clear if gods and things actually exist, or if it's the town, or not the town, but like the spiritual power of the area taking the gods that people believe in and making them real. Because that's just what it does. It takes what's in your mind, whether it's nightmares or delusions or self-doubt. It's able to take things that only exist mentally and allows them to exist physically. So you kind of get into the cosmic horror side of things when you start trying to think, well, what is the origin of the power that allows that to happen, right? It is a grand mystery. It is one of the staples of the series that essentially needs to never be answered. If a god actually exists, there should always be some form of doubt there. Personally, the way I feel.
Hinako ya, 綺麗だよ。ほら、お父さん。
ここはもう お前の家ではない。一人で帰ってきても敷居をまたげると思うな。
Know what would be great? Silent Hill with sanity effects similar to Eternal Darkness. You know what's kind of disappointing? I thought this game was going to have stuff like that. In all the pre-release information leading up to the game coming out, where they were talking about the sanity meter and everything like that. I thought this game was going to have stuff like that. They should have just called it the focus meter. The sanity meter is... It's basically just a resource for your focus attacks. It doesn't really play into your sanity in a way that is expressed very well. And I am a little disappointed by that. That it's just your special meter. It's your special move gauge. It's not really a sanity meter. Is my otter actually working? I feel like my weapons are not repairing. Oh, that's different. She reacts to the doll differently now. Who are you? Why are you trying to control me? What are you, you creepy doll? We found notes talking about like 6 different gods all vying for this area or the people in it to believe in them. Which one are you? Or what else do you represent? Pills have stopped appearing? If you don't take any pills up to the point where you get to Shu's house, they stop appearing after that. Hinako, like, leaves behind the pillbox, and they stop spawning. Okay. Weapons are repairing.
お前らの思い通りにはならないぞ。私はもう自分の望むものが何なのか分かってるから。
Just kill the eggs. Just kill the eggs, forehead.
邪魔するな。どけ。
Hold on. I need to eat this candy bar. Just need to eat some candy bars. What are your thoughts on having to play the game multiple times to get the full context? There is not enough of the context from a new game playthrough to sufficiently motivate a lot of people to follow up for another playthrough. I like the idea that you'll understand the game better on multiple playthroughs and get multiple endings, but you need to hook players on that first playthrough. That first playthrough is so important. You need to make people have enough context about the story and the characters that they actually are motivated to play the game again. And I feel like there is not enough in a new game playthrough. There's a lot of stuff that was in the New Game Plus playthroughs that very easily could have been in the new game playthrough without spoiling the story or giving too much away, that would have given you sufficient context to want to play the game, to be more motivated to see the other endings and the new scenes and the new diaries and journal entries and stuff. It's a nice concept. I like the idea of getting the full scope of things on multiple playthroughs, but they locked way too much behind New Game Plus, in my opinion. Also, do they ever tell the player that New Game Plus has lots more story and not just another ending? In-game? No, I don't think so. Not really. Like, you have to kind of look into developer commentary, some of the interviews and some of the stuff that they've said leading up to the game's release, and kind of be a little bit more aware. If all you did was buy the game and play it that first time, there's not really anything telling you how substantial the New Game Plus context is.
こう。清水ひな子。
Full replacement kitchen knife. This one's about to break anyway. Don't think I have room to really pick up much of anything else. Doll just hanging out next to the Inari statue. Get the Higashi at least. I was wondering if there's like an Emma hiding here that I didn't pick up or something. But no. One of the biggest hopes for the future outside of gameplay and story is that they stick to the same devs rather than changing every game. What are you talking about? They're already doing that. Genvid made Ascension. Hexadrive made Short Message. Neobards made F. Bloober made Silent Hill 2 Remake. They're still doing the same thing. Screenburn, formerly No Code, is making Townfall. The only consistent developers we're going to have are Bloober making the remakes. They made the remake of 2, now they're also making the remake of 1. That's the only bit of consistency in terms of developers that we have with the franchise right now.
Hinako. あなた、Hinako なの?
Okay, this is different.
私たちは誰かのおもちゃにされているの。
どういうこと？
私を嫁がせたい何者かと、それを妨害したい何者かが私を二つに引き裂いて戦わせている。
そんなことって。
とても苦しい戦いだったけれど。
The gods are just treating both Hinakos as puppets.
人に望まぬ選択を強いること、それをせかすこと。私たちはそれと戦わなくちゃいけないって気づけたから。ごめんね、お姉ちゃん。ごめんね、お父さん、お母さん。私やっぱり親不孝者だと思う。でも本当に私の幸せを願っていてくれるなら、この暴挙をどうか許して。これが私の選択。 そして私たちをもてあそぶ者たちへの抗議。どうして私たちはどちらかが殺されなければならないの？どうして私たちは殺し合うしか対話ができないの？
Are we gonna fuse? Are we gonna fuse into one super Hinako? Oh, it's happening. We're gonna hug it out. Yeah, it's gonna be Silent Hill Revelations. Oh. Oh. Oh, that's awesome. Wait, so you are not that? He's not literally Inari?
稀に人里に真意を宿した希少な血を持つ女子が生まれることがそのようなものが里に現れるたびに我らは一族の跡取りにそのものを嫁に欲するようまじないをかけた。
何を言って。
歴代の跡取りたちは皆うまくたぶらかしてめとってきたがこだわりの跡取りは愚鈍だ。
Okay, maybe he is.
人間の娘一人たぶらかせぬようでは未熟が過ぎる。
豊樹さんはずっと私をお嫁さんにしたい一心でずっと努力してきたって孤独にずっと笑うな。一生懸命に悩んで生きてきたことゆきさんを笑うな。
Okay, defeat the gods.
私は初め全然乗り気じゃなかった。でも彼の気持ちを知るうちに私も同じくらい一生懸命考えなくちゃならないって思ったの。
Oh, that's kind of sick, actually. So we're switching between the two forms, fighting both bosses.
私の悩みを笑っていいのは未来の自分だけだ。
That's actually really cool.
彼の思いに応えることで私の人生は何を得られる？
Oh my god, the little doll!
何が変わって何が生まれる？
The doll is there instead of
幸
Shu.
せは男に愛されること。そんな魔法の言葉で私の悩みは解決しない。
Yeah, the kitchen knife. The real sacred blade. Oh, your tails don't have a hitbox? I might have wasted my fox form. I didn't know how much health he had. Okay. God damn you, Gwendolyn. Go back to Anarlondo. Oh, I broke one of my knives. It's over. Owarida. this gross tentacle spear attack. Laughs at Kotoyuki. What do you care about Kotoyuki? I mean, I guess he's a puppet like Hinako. The gods were just sort of using him too. What do I even have to use here? Water. Some Yokon. Smack. Back to the doll. Cool boss fight.
必ず供養するからね。
大丈夫か二人とも。ほらあっちだ。早くほら。本当にすまない。久しぶりの祝言に酒が過ぎたのだろう。普段は温和な方なのだ。
どうすればいいの？
He's normally so kind. So it is literally like his father?
すまなかった。私は君に全てを与えたつもりで、君が一番欲していたものに気づけなかった。私も君と同じものが欲しくなったのだ。君への愛は酔狂なまじないによって生み出されたものではないと。
We actually get some instance of Kotoyuki as like a person.
行きなさい。
もし私たちへの愛が本物だったならまた会いましょう。私たちもしっかり悩んで答えを用意しておきます。
Group hug. Me and my wives. Me and my fox wives. But it was all a dream. I used to read Word Up magazine. Oh, I like the music theme there. We got a little motif from the opening. And Ebisugaoka's okay. I mean, there's always a thing after the credits. You don't need to say more to come, Terry. The last 3 endings all had stuff after credits. Obviously, this one's going to do the same. Was expecting a different boss? Yeah, so was I. That was at least an interesting way to contextualize the 2 bosses from the previous endings. This song's not Akira, by the way. No, the last ending wasn't Akira either. It was Dai, who's actually worked with Ryukishi on other things. So they have like guest composers for some of the ending themes. Grove Sleeper, thank you so much for the 5 subs. Going out to the community, thank you. But it's still using the motif of the Yamaoka song from the intro. I like the song. I need to take a screen cap of Kotoyuki there with the big smile in the eyes and make a damn emote. All right, here we go. Post-credits scene. Captain America wakes up. Oh, letter from Kotoyuki. The days have grown warmer where I am. What is it like in Ebisugaoka? I can still recall the startling beauty of dandelions peeking out through cracks in stone walls. I would like to express my appreciation for the letter you sent me. It was quite enlightening. I will follow in your footsteps and start by simply trying to enjoy life. This is the I'm gonna be my own person and not go through with the wedding, not run away with Shu. Fuck everybody else. I'm gonna focus on me. Good for you, Hinako. The good for you, Hinako ending. As per your recommendation, I purchased sauce-flavored senbei for the first time just the other day. Senbei are delicious. Sauce-flavored? What sauce? The sauce. I must have been quite a sight to see. God, there's so many typos like that. There's so many typos like that in this game on some of the notes. There's like 3 or 4 of them that I found. One of them they actually fixed. Because it was in the pre-release footage. It was one of the Scarecrow notes, and they fixed it for release. But apparently they didn't fix all of these. I must have been quite a sight to see. A man dressed in a suit buying cheap rice crackers and eating them with children outside the candy store. The children laughed when they saw me, saying that real grown-ups don't buy such cheap snacks. And so I explained to them how I wasn't able to eat many treats as a child, which is why I'm eating them now. When they heard that, they began swarming around me and telling me all the different delicious ways you can eat sauce-flavored senbei. I like sesame senbei. Though I must say I was taken aback when a child suggested I try putting strawberry jam on it. Strawberry jam on sauce-flavored senbei? I don't know, that might actually slap. Imagine such a scene, a full-grown man eating snacks with children. While I was rather embarrassed, I felt like I had regained part of my lost childhood. I intend to become reacquainted with my inner child, discover my own dreams, and live life to the fullest. And once I have done so, I hope to reevaluate my feelings for you. The fucking fox arm. God. Especially when it's just doing normal things, like holding a letter or holding a bowl. It's always so jarring. Hey, we gave that up. Why is that there? We specifically gave that up for this ending.
行く末を決められる。
How did you get up there?
こんな静かな恵比寿ヶ丘は初めてかも。ここは私たちだけの静寂の恵比寿ヶ丘だね。
Silent Ebisugaoka. Oka means hill, by the way. There it is. It was Silent Hill all along. Now kiss. And Junko's bell is there for some reason. Yeah, the town is flooded. I guess the water dragon gets to run free because the fox god and the tree god, the old tools god, are no more. They've been defeated. So the water dragon is just like, all right, this is my town now. Release the river. Release the toxic gas. Huh. Again, I wish we had a moment of reality there. Instead of two physical Hinakos, like literally having a conversation with herself. I needed that moment of adult Hinako in reality, realizing like you need to accept both parts of you. The young you that wants to maintain your identity, the adult you that has to move past your childhood. You need both. You need both of them to really discover who you are and grow as a person. That would have been a nice... Like, I get it. I get the ending. I get the symbolism of it, but we really need... We needed to see reality Hinako. Wonder what Harry Mason is doing around this time in the game. If he's even born yet. He's definitely born. We don't have an exact date for, like, official timeline for Silent Hill 1. But for speculation purposes, it makes the most sense to have happened around, like, 1986, 1987. But that's still fan speculation. Like, trust me, I could get into a whole multi-hour rant about applying a timeline to the original Silent Hill games. But instead of doing that, we'll just go for the short assumption of Silent Hill 1 takes place around the mid-80s, mid to late 80s. Which would mean that he was like 30-something in Silent Hill 1. So he'd be like 10 to 14 while this was going on in 1961. Roughly like 25 years before the events of Silent Hill 1. Well, in Silent Hill 1, Medieval Madness didn't exist till the late 90s, just saying. You really going to try to bait me into the timeline discussion? Here's the short version of the timeline discussion. Silent Hill was not made to be the first entry in a franchise. It was made to be a standalone game, and then it was successful, so Konami said make more of them. So when Silent Hill 1 was made, it was made to be modern day for the time that it released. It was made to be sometime in the late 90s. It started development in 96, it came out in 99. It was made to take place like 96 to 99. But then they made sequels. And the sequels made them have to retcon timelines. For Silent Hill 3 to make sense, they kind of had to fudge the numbers on Silent Hill 1. Not even Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 2 still very much works as its own little standalone thing. Silent Hill 3, though, as a direct story follow-up to Silent Hill 1, really changes the way that the timeline would work. So, Silent Hill 1 was retroactively placed in the 80s. When it was originally released, it was meant to take place in the 90s. Anyway, that was an interesting ending. I love the visual metaphor of, like, the two gods standing over each of the Hinakos, like each of them sort of puppeting these people for their own purposes. Puppeting the Hinakos, puppeting Kotoyuki. That we get a little glimpse of Kotoyuki as, like, a person. Saying, like, I want to know if my feelings are real or if that was just the god's influence. Like, he has some agency of his own. Again, these are moments that I think would have been so much better punctuated if we got little glimpses of reality. We don't need a lot. We don't need a lot. Not even a whole cutscene. Just give me, like, a fucking drawing in the journal if you don't have the resources to make a whole nother model for these characters and how they're supposed to look in reality. Because Hinako is not a schoolgirl. She's not... The way that she looks the entire game is not how she actually is. And this game desperately needed to have some sort of glimpse at reality. What these people look like and act like and sound like in reality, not just through Hinako's delusion, not just through her mental projection of them as they were in middle school. It would have been really nice to get a glimpse of, like, Kotoyuki as just a guy, a dude in a suit at his wedding. We needed, it would have benefited so much from getting just a shot or two of Hinako as an adult in her dress. Like, we desperately needed to see these characters in reality, just to have something to punctuate the difference between the story as it is presented through Hinako's mind and reality. Need to sit with these endings more, but you're mixed on it. Still really enjoy the game, but was really hoping for some scenes in reality. Same Fishbones. I like this ending. Honestly, I think I like ending 3 more than this. But this one still was not like a bad ending. It was interesting. I like the idea of Hinako coming to terms with herself and accepting both halves of herself, of her identity. The part that wants independence, her youth, you know, those aspects of her that are important to her can coincide with sort of the responsibility of becoming an adult, but you still get to make your own choices. She's not having her choices made for her. She gets to decide her own life and choose which aspects of her personality, her identity, and her responsibility, like becoming a woman, becoming an adult. Like, she gets to choose how much of those aspects are her own. It's a little bit silly that we symbolize that by doing a hard cut to a monster hand holding the letter from Kotoyuki. Oh my god, if I had been drinking, that would have been a spit take. That, like, those are the moments when I talk about the tone for this game being inconsistent. I loved everything that the ending represented, and then the hard cut to the fucking monster arm holding the letter. It is so fucking comical. Like, I can't do that. It's so fucking far out there. And again, I feel like that moment would have been so much better punctuated if we saw Hinako in reality. Like, same dialogue. Like, she's talking to herself, right? But instead of having schoolgirl Hinako and schoolgirl Hinako plus Foxarm, it should have been schoolgirl Hinako and adult Hinako. Like, reality Hinako having that conversation. It seems more like a dream, like, say everyone's dying or dead, those are her last moments. Hold on. That was in response to Lucy Strikes, who said Kotoyuki wrote to Hinako and implied that she stayed in Ebisugaoka, so it can't be flooded and filled with toxic gas. See, this is again why it's so difficult to parse out aspects of the story as it's presented. That's the trouble when you have the unreliable narrator perspective. And this is also something. So a lot of people are going to be like, well, Silent Hill 2, it's the same thing. James is delusional. But you get glimpses of the perspective of the other characters that don't line up with what James is seeing. That's the big difference with Silent Hill 2. Silent Hill 2 gives you other people's perspectives. It's not 100% just James's delusion through James's eyes. We see other aspects of what people are experiencing. Even if it's not necessarily reality, we see their version of whatever they're seeing, or at least we get hints of their version of what they're seeing, of what Eddie's experiencing or what Angela's experiencing. This game is just like 100% Hinako delusion. So it's, again, the closest game in the series I can compare it to in terms of the story presentation is Silent Hill Shattered Memories. where clearly there are real things going on. We're going to talk about Shattered Memories first. There's real things going on to Cheryl in her life. She had a traumatic life growing up without her father. A lot of instances in her life where she wishes her father would have been there for her, and she's imagining what it would have been like, how he would have reacted to the scenario, how he would have felt about these things happening to her. That he would have had concern for her, trying to find her. But the reality of it is that she is just traumatized, speaking to a therapist, like trying to overcome things, and everything that you experienced throughout Shattered Memories is just Cheryl's mind. It is entirely in Cheryl's mind. Like, you can't separate out the reality from what's going on. You can speculate on it. You can see a story about, a girl who was in the mall trying to steal something, who stabbed a security guard, and be like, oh, Cheryl probably did that. You got Sybil showing the mugshot at the end, sort of enforcing the idea that, like, this is something that actually happened or may have happened in her life. But then there's other aspects, other little stories, other little things that you're experiencing where it's like, is this something that literally happened to Cheryl? Is it something that is just metaphorical for, and that's the way this game is, where everything is metaphorical. Everything is out of the context of reality. So you kind of have to like parse out the information and the way the story is presented a little differently. Like, first playthrough, I was constantly kind of guessing, who's actually dead, because we keep having these characters reference, oh, Rinko says that Hinako's dead, and this person says that Hinako is missing, and but it's all metaphorical. It was all, her friends are dead, and it's all like metaphorical. This is her becoming an adult, accepting that she's going to be married off into this family where she'll probably never be able to see her friends again. And even if she does, it won't be in the context of when they were friends in middle school anymore. So she is like killing off in her mind the attachment that she has to those people by literally killing them within her otherworld delusion, dunking Rinko in lava and all of that. It's just the metaphorical sense of this is how she let go of those parts, those people that were part of her life. But this is again why I think even just a small glimpse, one tiny little scene or journal entry that shows the wedding reception and we see everyone as they actually are, something. We needed some tiny little bit of reality for context, so that we can kind of piece together other aspects of the story. Unless you go off of the new game story, in which case she took drugs and lost her mind and just killed them all. Not metaphorically, but literally. Which is just still really shitty that you're locked into that for a first playthrough. I still feel like at least ending 2 and maybe even ending 3 should have been possible on a new game playthrough, depending on like what information you gather, which notes you pick up, which things you examine. Because if you go through the trouble of finding all the notes and putting together the bits and pieces of information behind Inari-sama, behind the 1,000-year-old cedar, behind the goddess of agriculture, behind the god that the cedar god for the tools, your worn out tools that are worshipped and cherished, like all of those aspects. If you paid attention to them, you shouldn't be locked into, oh, it was just a drug trip, none of that mattered. Like, you should have some semblance of feeling like that stuff mattered on a first playthrough, and you don't really get the sense that any of that stuff mattered until your like third playthrough. Like you get some aspects of that on your second playthrough, but yeah, that first playthrough, the new game playthrough with that first ending, being locked into that is rough. That is rough. And it's also why this game is going to wind up being so, I mean, it already is very divisive among the fan base, but yeah, the fact that so many people, that's going to be their first and only experience with the game. I feel like a few scenes could have been switched around, a few notes could have been switched around, and you could have given a much more satisfying conclusion on a first playthrough that would still leave a bunch of questions, but be more motivational towards the player to actually want to play again and learn more. There also should have been something more in the game, I think, to kind of make you realize how important New Game Plus is for the context of the story. Did the wedding even still happen based on this ending? No. This ending is Hinako makes her own choice, and she says no. I'm not going to get married to Kotoyuki. I'm not going to run away with Shu. I'm going to go be my own person. Kotoyuki agrees because they realized they were under the influence of the gods. Well, again, we don't know how much of that is real. Were there actually gods puppeting them and they had a moment where they broke free and actually realized in reality that we're being puppeted by these gods, and now we're aware of it, and now we've cast them out, and now we're going off to try and live our own lives to feel things for ourselves? I think that's all metaphorical. Personally, not a fan of looping the same plot with changes here and there on each rotation. Then don't look into Ryukishi's other work, because that's like his thing. That is kind of his game plan. Higurashi and Umineko and Higambana are kind of the same way as visual novels and manga. Although I do think the format for that works a lot better as like a manga or an anime or a visual novel than this kind of game. But if she leaves, what about his dad's debt and her mom? I don't know. The letter at the end makes it seem like Kotoyuki's a pretty understanding guy. Maybe he'll still pay for it. Maybe he'll be like, I'm sorry I put you through that. My family will still pay off your debt and pay for your mom's surgery. He seemed pretty chill based on the letter. Kotoyuki's dad throwing a tantrum is implied in this ending. Yeah, like clearly the parents not being happy that they made the decision to not go through with the wedding. Because you imagine this must have happened right at the wedding. Because he talks about he was already in the suit and he went and got the snacks. So it was like, it's not like they already spent the money, you know? We invited all of our friends and family. We've already paid for the catering. Like, they're going to be fucking pissed. Kotoyuki's dad is going to be pissed. They set all this stuff up and they just walked away from it during the actual ceremony or at some point of the actual day of the wedding where they were already dressed for it, you know? If the letter wasn't imaginary, that's the problem. That's the problem with the way the story is presented, is you just don't have a line. You don't have a clear line of what is real and what is delusion. Again, just to go back to the Silent Hill 2, isn't his father dead? Oh yeah, there was a whole thing about he's the head of the household. because the parents died. There's the doctor's notes that we find about all of that. But again, was that real? Was anything real? How much of it was literal and how much of it was metaphorical to something else, to be something else symbolic? Was another relative? Could have been another relative. Could have just been somebody else who is part of his household. Fox throwing the tantrum was Grandpa? Maybe. But yeah, just to go back to a Silent Hill 2 comparison, talking about, what if, is the letter real or not? So you deal with that in Silent Hill 2. You get a letter from your wife, Mary, saying, I'm waiting for you in Silent Hill at the very start of Silent Hill 2. Over the course of the game, that letter disappears to let you know, if you're paying attention, because a lot of people will play the game and not even realize that that letter is gradually disappearing from your inventory. But if you notice that it is, then it is a clear indicator that the letter is not real. The one that James claims was his reason for being there was not really there. But there is a real one at the end, the one that Laura's got. So you get this clear distinction of, here is something that is presented that then gives you context to let you know it was part of a delusion in comparison to something that is real. We needed more of that. We needed more context for this game of what is delusion, what is metaphorical, what is symbolic, and what is reality. It's fun as a Silent Hill fan to be able to pick that stuff apart. And it's one of my favorite things to do with this series. It's why I still play these games so obsessively after 26 years of playing the Silent Hill franchise. And trying to decipher it, you need to have clues. You need to have puzzle pieces to put together a puzzle. Because with Silent Hill games, the story itself is also a puzzle. You have the puzzles in-game, but then you have the larger meta game of figuring it all out, putting all the pieces together to understand the story, to understand the characters. And I feel like this is an incomplete puzzle. It is a puzzle that is missing some very key pieces. One of the biggest pieces, the big centerpiece of the jigsaw puzzle, is some aspect of reality. We needed something. We needed to see the characters as they were, their actual age, the actual state of the town, even if not the state of the town, like a little bit of the reception or the wedding or something. We needed a little bit of something. And I can understand, like, if budget limitations are a thing, it's too costly to make these new models and just use them for a cutscene, that type of thing. Even just some drawings in the journal with some text would suffice. The information is what's important. Cutscene would be, I think, the best way to present it for most players, because not everybody's going to go back and read the journal or know every entry. I guarantee you, like, a large percentage of the people who play this game didn't read shit, because that's just how a lot of people play these games. That's just how a lot of people are these days. They don't bother with reading. Nobody cares about that. If it's not told to them explicitly in a cutscene, they don't know. And that's a big part of the fan base, unfortunately. So I feel like a cutscene would have been best. Just a glimpse of real world. But anything, a journal entry, a drawing, something would have been great. Just a little more context to help divide things out. How much is real, how much is not. Hinako as a child hugging Junko at the start being the only real part. Real world, I mean. Is it though? Like any time we see Hinako in the schoolgirl outfit, and we don't see child Hinako interacting with Junko. I mean, like, we get some of the little flashback parts during the Shimizu house. The flashbacks are real. That's the closest thing we have to some aspect of reality. Are the flashbacks with the very like wavy, the faces all kind of blotted out versions of them. But you're in a distorted reality of the Shimizu household when they're presented. Like, it's still questionable. You're still seeing it through the eyes of the unreliable narrator. The park scene, like, there's more evidence to support that those are things that are happening in reality because they're consistent, right? They don't change from playthrough to playthrough. Pretty much everything that changes from playthrough to playthrough, if it's something that only happens in New Game or New Game Plus or on, playthrough 3 or 4 or whatever, if anything changes, like, it's up in the air, questionable. You could argue the reality of it. And those scenes do change from playthrough to playthrough. Because, like, you can't have all of those flashbacks to Hinako be real from every single New Game Plus version. Like, was she there by herself in her house when her mom talked to her, or did Shu actually show up and they have the conversation from playthrough 3? Or was it Junko having that conversation in her room? Like, there's things that Hinako are saying during that flashback moment that contradict what the other Hinakos say in the other ending timelines. Park scene changes with New Game Plus. You get to see the child Fox Mask's face after Fox Wedding, whereas in New Game it's covered. Other than the a minor visual difference, Terry. I'm talking about like entirely different dialogue, entirely different presentations of a scene. That scene overall does not change. One little visual difference of you've seen this character's face, now we'll show you his face in the flashback. I get that. That's an acceptable change. That's not what I mean. I'm talking about Hinako having one conversation in one playthrough where she talks about, I have to kill off my younger self. I have to kill you so that I can exist, versus that same Hinako in a following playthrough in the same room, in the same scenario, saying, neither of us needs to exist, or both of us should get the opportunity to make our choice. Like, those things that drastically change. I don't mean just you see his face in one version and you don't in another. The scene still plays out the same. The fox bites Kotoyuki, the adults come, they react the same way, Kotoyuki introduces himself to Hinako, like, all of that still happens and doesn't change. All right. Well, we're going to have a lot of time to speculate on stuff. But that'll happen as the years... We'll see how this game holds up when I've played it 100 times. And I've had more time to think on it and piece things together. Do more research. More information from the developers will inevitably come out as they do interviews and talk about it, answer people's questions. Look at this title screen. Both of the Hinako sitting on the torii, looking over Ebisugaoka. In the puzzle, in the crest puzzle to get into Hinako's room, it told the story about the two birds existing together, just wanting a gray, empty place where they could be themselves. This is the gray, empty place. They got their wish. They got Ebisugaoka with covered in fog to make it gray. Yeah, we got Fox Arm as part of the main menu now. Okay. Well, that's going to be it for me tonight. But tomorrow, we still have one more ending to achieve. Listen to all the UFO radio broadcasts. Find all 3 Great Space Invasion movie posters in order after listening to the UFO radio broadcasts. And find the Great Space Invasion movie review after fulfilling the conditions above. So tomorrow we start the playthrough for the UFO ending